bound for hunch and say, and some that's bound for match. He away, Melendry, he away, and some that's bound for each at bay to teach them way.
Watcher of Cadnua, if I might have a moment of your time. The wheel has a way of shaving off a few inches. I seek a truant member of the Circle of Archmagi, Maura. She sent rather cryptic word that she'd found something of cataclysmic potential in the Black Isles, something that could aid you in the fight against Eothas. You've aided the Circle of Archmagi once before. We've found ourselves wondering if you might do so again. Perhaps we solve more than you think. Perhaps we simply don't advertise to the common kith how often Eora comes to the brink of destruction.
Maura specializes in the most repugnant corners of Arcana. If she found something of value, it is almost certainly disgusting. If you intend to search for her, take me with you.
A Huana wizard, and a member of the Circle of Archmagi.
She specializes in magic involving tentacles. It's a niche field.
I'd have thought self-preservation and the lure of knowledge would be enough to entice the famous Watcher. But if not, perhaps Maura is correct. Maybe there is something to the south that can be turned against Eothas. What if you can turn the tide? Don't take your time deciding. Maura's drive is frightening, foolhardy, and her love of the Deadfire uncompromising. If she's found some method of stopping Eothas, we must make sure she doesn't destroy Eora in an attempt to save her archipelago. I will await you in the Black Isles, a volcanic chain in the southeastern sea, due south of Tikawara. Don't tarry over long, Watcher.
With the clear white streets and inlets fine, hurrah for the Deadfire lines! Oh, they're the lines where you can shine. Tell me way, hey, hooroo, yeah.
Casita, I'm glad we have this chance to talk. I have not properly thanked you for taking me away from that place. That shop and my apprenticeship were like a diving bell, dragging me all the way to the bottom with barely enough air to survive. Arkemir was fond of tormenting me. If he had taught me anything of substance, I might even have endured his wretched company a while longer. In any case, now I am free to study the world, and it is because of you. So, now I will say it. Agrasima. What a question. Arkemir is elusive. That flamboyant house of his? It is all a performance, a mask that people will not think to peer beneath. I had a sneaking suspicion that he knows more about magic than the rest of the circle combined. Or maybe he is just an accomplished liar. I may never know the truth. What a question. Arkemir, I had... Or maybe he is just an accomplished liar. I may never know the truth. It is a funny thing. I was so quick to chase my ambitions, as if an apprenticeship would outline the course of my life. In the end, I was building a castle in the sand. The taller it rose, the harder the waves swept in to batter it down. Now I have no plan, and the uncertainty is a refreshing change. Right now, I desire nothing more than to enjoy my liberation. I will worry about the problems of the world as they come. Your friend Aloth carries himself with confidence, but to me he seems like a small animal in search of shelter. Seraphin has a large heart, but he hides it under foul language. This is something I can understand. I do not hate Tekehu for his arrogance. I only hate that he deserves it. Always Constantine hovers over me, asking to recommend him exciting books, as if I would ever touch fiction. In Pallegina, I see a little something of myself, but she takes it to an unhealthy place. Without leadership and a mission, I think she would cease to exist. Shoti is like a beautiful tree with poisoned roots. Her smile is the bark which hides the rot. Keep an eye on Maya. I'll say no more than that. I do not hate Tekehu for his arrogance. I only hate that he deserves it. I came to the archipelago as a groveling apprentice. One day, I hope I will leave it with a speck more dignity than that. What more could you desire to know, Casita? You assume a great deal, Casita. When they are not striding across an island, the gods concern me about as much as Eora's moons. Religion was never very important to me. I do not expect that to change now that the gods have revealed their petty, narrow-minded ways. I heard a member of your crew whispering of this, but I am pleased to have it confirmed. Knowing this forbidden truth, does it change anything for you? Perfetto. If the gods are not as legitimate as we once assumed, does this make them any less our gods? Does it make your Ardra Colossus retrace his steps back to Khad-Nur? As far as revelations go, this one is not very poignant for me. Maybe I'm just the wrong audience. Nothing takes me by surprise. I was searching for a life beyond the cupboard, and that handsome oaf was blessed with a silver tongue. Came in handy when he was licking the boots of his creditors. I don't regret our time together. That was just a different Fascina. Being a part of the circle has its little perks, but also some headache-inducing responsibilities. At least one member must always watch over the Deadfire and see that matters do not fall into total disarray. Arkemir wanted the job about as much as he wanted to lance a boil on his deflated scrotum. But the alternative was giving stewardship to Maura. No one in the circle trusted her with the archipelago. With trading companies dividing up the islands, they didn't think a Huana could stay detached. They also hate tentacle magic. During the changing of the guard, while a handful of imps loaded Archimir's ship for the journey south, I stowed away in a dresser. Once we were at sea, I made my presence known. A dozen imps tore at my hair and pushed me towards the railing. When Archimir saw me struggle, he didn't step in to help. He just gave me work. I did what I could to make myself useful. Stitched the sails, disciplined the imps. That one impressed him most of all. By the end of the voyage, I had the little stinkers saluting me as I passed. When we made port in Neketaka, he introduced me as his apprentice and installed me at the cupboard for a life of clerical drudgery. You know the rest. Not if it means I must submit to a bickering council of madmen plotting against each other. If I ever scribed a spell, it would be the best-kept secret in Eora. Only I would enjoy the satisfaction of knowing it. Fascina's mirthless laugh. Fascina's prickling pox. No, I haven't. Fascina's withering glare. I like the sound of that. I have always dreamed of opening a magic shop in Neketaka. That was a joke. When I set out on this path, I discovered quickly that magic is all tied up in grammar, precision, and insufferable rules. Take a grimoire, for example. Misplace an accent mark over a rune, all the logic of a spell collapses around it.
And you'd prefer something more ill-defined why, exactly?
I don't want to break the rules of magic, but I want to rewrite some of them. Loosen them up so that any sharp mind can take up the study. The Circle would hate that, wouldn't they? If they could not reinforce their superiority over the rest of us, they might even disband. Ask away, Kazita.
Certainly.
You came as requested. Excellent. I believe the entrance is... here we are. A moment, if you would.
Sufferable.
play fair. Rolled a 10. Stupid wizard, I rolled 10.
Dropping the dice isn't the same as... what? That was the biggest one yet! Look at us standing on the fault line of sanity! Hello up there! Didn't see it come in. Welcome to the Halls Obscured. My friend and I were just passing the time of the game and enjoying these little shake-ups.
We not friends. Stupid wizard is a stupid cheat.
No matter where I go, dim-witted imps and archmage are always in my shadow.
Hey, there's a familiar face. Weren't you the one who spilled soup in my lap at Archimir's annual gala? Now that's impressive. They told me you never forgot a face.
What are you doing here, Tane? How did you even get in?
I am not some fortune-telling puppet to dispense wisdom at your command. Leave me to my dignity, since it is now all that I have.
I got in through a hole. That one, right through there. You must have walked straight past it when you were topside. Isn't this something? I came searching for Maura and got distracted. Don't you just love a good antechamber? Even if this one has a few embellishments. I asked myself the same question when I got here. Tentacles, eyeballs, labyrinth? It could be anything. I'd still be dumbfounded if I hadn't learned it all from Maura's own words. Here, she left this behind. I don't think she expected it to follow.
She believes we stand atop the body of Wal. While riding my dragon across the White March, I came across an unimaginably large skeleton. Legend would have us believe it is the fallen form of Abaddon. The Circle has been speculating on the existence of the god's bodies ever since. This body is a good deal fresher than Abaddon's. We'd believed them all gone. Not just dead, but destroyed by the god's own hands. Obliterated. This one, it's still alive.
You presume such a thing can even die?
Makes you wonder what has Maura so excited.
Whatever you are thinking, no. We should bury the Sanctum before it becomes our tomb.
As nice as it is to take in the scenery, is everyone else thinking what I'm thinking? Huh? I mean, the answer's staring us in the face, literally.
No one understands your manic rambling, Tane. Speak plainly or be quiet.
She gets it. Look, we have an unconventional problem, and it needs an unconventional solution. I don't think Maura came this far just to hug some tentacles. She wants to wake up Wal's body and send it after Aethys.
Medico, if Maura doesn't get us all killed, Tane surely will.
I have my doubts that a single archmage could exploit a body this amazing for self-interest alone. No, she's got to have bigger plans. Hasn't our Maura always said that a well-placed tentacle can solve most of life's problems? If she wants to take a swing at the big green guy, who are we to stop her?
It's speculative to assume that Maura even wants to awaken Wal. Doing so would involve meddling in matters far beyond her comprehension.
Or something she understands all too well. You don't know. Give her some credit, Len.
You give her more than enough for the both of us, and far more than she deserves.
Delightful company, bit of a talker, carries on long conversations with reflective surfaces.
She's an avid researcher into the summoning of tentacles, an arcane domain few among the Circle have any skill with. I'm surprised she hasn't embroiled herself in madness of this magnitude sooner.
How about you spearhead our little search party? Len and I will keep an eye on this handsome antechamber where it's safe, or in case she doubles back. Fair warning, when I was poking around, I ran across some creepy librarian types. They were happy to look the other way as long as I didn't disturb their work.
In the meantime, Tane and I will see if we might learn more about Wal's Titan form.
Why else? To make my life miserable.
You know, I was enjoying their company so much that I never once thought to ask.
Came from stinking Archimede's house. Was told to help stupid Watcher groundmeat.
You can help us by shutting your mouth. By now, the echo of your screams will have crippled any element of surprise.
Master gave orders to fetid spray. Come talk when ready, eh? Special orders for you too, nasty Facina.
Brilliantly done. What fluttering marvels they are, imps. Well, question answered then?
No matter how Tane whines, Wal's body, if that's what this is, mustn't be awoken. The Deadfire cannot bear another calamity of Aothis' scale.
I concur, and I know Archimede would agree as well. A single error in judgment could cost us our lives, maybe more.
What happened to your spirit of adventure? Watcher, friend, are we on a first-name basis yet? Call me crazy, but I think you should do whatever feels right. What's the worst that could happen? Huh. And you're saying that's the bad outcome, am I right?
I would hate to see what he considers the good outcome.
We can continue this debate later. Right now, our chief concern is locating Maura. Maura could have only gone two places, up in the archives to the northeast, or down into the collections to the southwest.
Maura's journal suggests she went to the archives first, but that could always be a decoy. I did hear some unpleasant noises coming up from the collections. Hope she's okay.
If you'll begin a search of the wings, we'll scour this area for further information.
So, wizards tricked you into coming here too, eh? Imps, no. Imps watch you running around fixing each other's ground stink problems. Wizards lie. Wizards are worse people. But drowsy puke fix everything, eh? Help you relax. Drowsy puke wants Kith to dream, eh? Rest giant weary head. Smart ground stink just let drowsy puke know when she wants rest, eh? You think Archimede gets to sleep without drugs? Essence of white leaf, milled Gainsveth seeds, powdered dragon bone for sweetness, eh? Maybe you're not as dumb as you look. Takes battering ram of herbs to knock out archmage. Good thing drowsy puke is smart imp. Drowsy puke enjoys job, learns from job. One kith at a time. Numb you all to sleep. Can do both.
Tell me, how do you feel? This melange is experimental and prone to some unpredictable side effects. Better that I don't tax your mind with inane questions. You're going on quite the voyage, my friend.
I should have killed the old bastard. Should have teared his arm clear off. If the laddie hadn't stopped me.
Well, dang, Watcher. Save some of that for me.
You still alive? That's enough for dumb ground stink. Don't know your face, ground stink. You the one I'm supposed to find? They let you sail boat? Master told Fetid Spray to bring baubles to Sanctuary. Offered to stupid ground meat for coin. Here, from Master. Master's most glorious words. This one for stinking Fasina.
Que? What does Arkemir want? I don't work for him any longer.
Ungrateful ground stink has her orders. So, what does Master want?
A Gracima, but I think I can take care of myself.
Stupid, ungrateful Fasina doesn't deserve to clean Master's chamber pot. Well, try not to die then. I no care.
I'm afraid so. Before I taught him a lesson, this little stinker was fond of relieving himself in my wardrobe.
Nasty Fasina smelled so nice. Books and inkwells. Made her smell like imp instead. That never wash out! Master trusts Fetid Spray to handle coin. That means his best imp, most trusted friend. Fetid Spray is loyal, eh? Not like some. Complacency will be Master's undoing, We dismantle his manor from basement to roof. Terrible imp plots against Master, eh? You worst friend!
Now we may speak with something like privacy. Speak your mind. We know little about it. Hopefully we'll learn more as we pursue Maura. Let's sate your curiosity then. I suppose compared to Tane, anything less than rapturous exaltation looks like deepest loathing. I neither like nor dislike them. They serve a useful function, and their constant flatulence aside, they can be rather sweet. Ask. I might even tell you the truth. It gladdens my heart to see he's finally found his proper place in the natural order, as your pet.
Enjoy your delusions, parasite. The Watcher would not hesitate to strike off your head if it served her interest in some mediocre capacity.
Consul Hot's reprehensible antics give responsible wizards a bad name.
Like all monsters dragged from the shadows, Consul Hot is smaller than he might seem. I do not fear the likes of him.
The definition of a snake. One wonders what cold-blooded malfeasance he perpetrated upon the Huana, that they allowed him to build a castle in the heart of their greatest city.
The official story is that the Kahanga Palace was structurally unstable, poised to cascade down the mountain until someone financed the renovations.
Ugh, he's exhausting and exasperating, but smarter than he seems. He is an archmage, after all. Still, he's probably the dumbest of us. After visiting this place, I wonder if she truly developed the summoning magic bearing her name, or if Wal gifted her it. Let's sate your curiosity, then. It seems to me you're not even an apprentice, much less a practiced wizard. Very well.
Hey, you. Glad we finally get a chance to talk, one-on-one, away from the rest of the rabble.
I can hear you, Tane. I'm right here.
It's good that we're on the same page with all of this. You know, Wal and his great big body. Really? Well, here's a little advice from Tane. I would try really, really hard to figure that out, and soon. Between the two of us, I did a little exploring of my own before you showed up. You haven't been to the collections yet, have you? It's just down that way. You'll hate it. There's a bunch of different people trapped in there. Lots of kith in some kind of stupor. I think they've been here a long time.
Kids blame imps for everything.
The prisoners, it's like this place tore out everything that made them them and left a bunch of statues behind. Except statues don't usually shamble around and cry. Take this. It's a spell that should wake the prisoners up again. Just make sure you read it somewhere they'll all hear it. Amazing, right? Okay, you got me. I took the words from my chaotic orb and moved a few runes and accents around. Instead of dealing mayhem and fun, the spell blasts people with memories. Perfectly safe. Head west out of this fine antechamber and the collections are right down the stairs. Can't miss it. Maybe they knew too much? Rare information seems to be the currency of this place. I'd suggest that you ask one of the prisoners, but they aren't very talkative. Let me try and put it in terms we both understand. This place has a way of unplugging people's heads and letting the memory stuff drain out. All that stuff kind of blends together. The memory of someone's first kiss gets stuck to the memory of the price of hagfish. My spell gathers the memory stuff into kith-sized chunks and stuffs them back into people's heads. No one leaves with the same memories they came in with, but at least everyone gets an equal slice.
That sounds neither responsible nor wise, even for a circle archmage.
This sound right to you, Watcher? Shouldn't we be guiding these poor souls towards the light?
Tane wants us all to be as mad as he is.
Sorry if I got a little technical there. Of course not. See, a brain needs memories like a sewer needs waste. Without the waste, it's all just tunnels. Give it a little time and these prisoners will be their old selves again, just with some extra fun. Maybe someone will wake up and realize they can play the harpsichord or speak Valian. Wouldn't that be a nice surprise, huh? I hope you can do some good down there. I hate to see so many people without a single good idea between them, you know? Like the Deerwood. Isn't Lengrath nice? We squabble, but there's plenty to admire about her. I think we're really starting to bond. Kalikoth is great. She once shouted into my face so loud that we both passed out. Reengrim doesn't have any friends, but I aim to change that even if it kills me. Ninagauth keeps a bird skull in his pocket. He pets it when he thinks no one is looking. Don't tell him I told you. Minoletta loves a good joke, like that time she pushed me into a snake pit. Good fun. Sitzel plays it coy, acts like he doesn't need friends. Can you keep a secret? We've been pen pals for years. He thinks I'm an Orlin who makes clocks. Bet you didn't know that Consulhot has a sweet tooth. He only gets cranky when his candy dish is low on the good stuff. Whenever we get the circle together, Maura likes to tickle me under the table. Arkemir is Arkemir. I'd be cranky too if I lived all alone in a spooky house. Kalikoth is great. She once shouted into my face so loud that we both passed out. Thank you. Wait, that was a compliment, right? I know I don't fit in with the rest of those book learners, but I've got it where it counts. Thinking is a big waste of time when you've got raw, unvarnished instinct on your side. If I worried about research, safety, or ethics, I never would have cast the first chaotic orb. You do know about my chaotic orb, right? That's my spell. It was really popular when I got it into circulation.
Yes, it's very round.
Oh, good. I was concerned for a second there. I worked really hard on that orb. First time I ever applied myself. Once wizards started using it all over the world, there was all this talk and fanfare. Have you seen this thing? Look at it go! Those were good times. These days, no one asks if I'm that tame anymore. They don't tell you in wizard college that achievement can seem downright underwhelming. My father donated to all the best colleges. I earned a couple of free degrees until I found something I was actually good at.
Tame is an insult to the very concept of scholarship.
We all learn differently, my handsome friend. I got where I am by focusing on the things I do well and never challenging myself beyond that. Secret to success. I owe a lot to my father, including an apology. He always said he wanted an archmage in the family. Kinda backfired when I dropped the surname. It's just Tane now. Hi. What? The prospect of sending a mountain of eyes and tentacles to wrestle Aothas isn't enticing enough for you? Wouldn't it be boring to let a body like that molder and rot? I think we can do better. I think Aora deserves better. Even if it knocks over a castle or two, I think the fun will justify the cost. If there was a day in Wizard College when they talked about god bodies, I might have slept through it. Based on what we've seen, I'd say Maura used this place to nail down her tentacle spells. Lucky her, there's tons of inspiration here.
Indeed.
These are the archives, the accumulated lore of those who see without being seen. Do not remove the books from the shelves, lest you face reprisal.
Kinda feels like he'd be blinking at you, if he had eyes to blink.
Do not interfere with the work of the archives, and its librarians will not interfere with you. Furthermore, the Oracle has limited patron admittance to the lower levels only. Trespassers in the upper floors will face reprisals. 2 unidentified individuals roam the archives. They will be dealt with accordingly. Both intruders have entered the quarantined section to the east. We have not pursued, as that section is under quarantine. For your safety, please avoid the eastern stacks. They have been contaminated. The contamination will be remedied within 5 to 15 years. Please keep further conversation to a minimum.
Happily.
Next time, I will secure a body that lasts.
Someone's up ahead.
Plumbing the holes obscured. This is no small task. Tread lightly, Casita. Nothing I saw in Archimir's employ suggests that we should hold the circle to its word. Not so long ago, an Adiran village was discovered to be resting on a vein of silver. Conflict erupted between the townsfolk and prospectors who wanted to buy up the land. The Circle sent Kalakoth with some block-headed spell to extract the ore from the ground up. She succeeded in opening a sinkhole that swallowed the town. None of the villagers lingered to protest once their houses were gone. And now the Circle owns half of the jewelry shops in Edir. Does this sound like the work of an honest group? You assume right. And all the while they will lie to you through their smiles. They will not miss an opportunity to use your power to further their ends, even if it kills you. Ask me anything, Casita. The worst...
I was chewing through Cadnua's foundation long before Aothas finished the job.
Touch nothing.
Of course. Indeed. Happily. Yes? At once.
It's like traveling with a child.
Of course. I'm here. Absolutely. Yes? Not a sound.
How may I help?
I see great potential in you, Shoti.
Indeed. Certainly.
Tell me.
Happily. I'd be glad to. I'm here. I'm here. Look there. Quietly now.
Yeah?
Oh, what a mess.
What can I do? At once. Of course. What can I do? Absolutely. Happily. Of course.
I've got it.
Will do.
I see the wits of their eyes.
Exceed all. Yeah!
Don't whack him any harder. About taxed to my limit.
Exceed all.
can I do? Indeed. I'd be glad to.
I've got it.
Happily. Indeed. Yes.
They'll naked us both!
I'm here. Indeed.
On it.
Certainly. Of course. Happily. necessary?
Get it gone!
No good.
More than rock!
Moe, Ixie, Alna.
Yes? Absolutely. Yes? At once.
I've got it.
Every vestige of their identity has been forgotten, right down to the bone.
I suppose they do call WoW the eyeless face. Still, kinda makes it tough, don't it?
What can I do?
Not a sound.
Of course. I'm here, certainly.
On it.
Happily. Interesting. It's nothing. Be careful.
Wasted effort.
What can I do?
That's not very helpful. Careful!
I'm here. I've got it. I'd be glad to. How about that? Indeed.
This will last, you know.
Look there. Happily.
Who do we have?
I'm here.
Did you know you reek of that hagfish you carry? Dispose of it at once.
gods strip us of who we are on every turn about the wheel, mercilessly shaving off all we've learned with their divine lathes. We retain the pale shadows of our souls, but knowledge, memory, self, all of it is cut away. Do the gods fear we might someday rival their strength if they do not?
Happily.
So much knowledge, consumed and grown over. We may never appreciate how much was lost here.
That will stay certain.
Enemies ahead.
Stand together!
That's not supposed to happen.
Yes? Something's wrong, I think. We're dropping like flies! No, Ixie, honest, oh hell! What can I do? Certainly. Happily. Indeed.
This indignity will not go unanswered.
Who do we have here?
Ixie, honest! Yeah! You're quite friendly, aren't you? Stand to your seat! Yeah! I'm here. Of course. I'd be glad to.
Will do.
The gods see fractured souls, but they don't care for them. Damaged, broken people are abandoned by their makers to twist in the wind, given no succor, no relief. Would an intentionally fractured soul be similarly inconsequential to them? I will use their apathy against them. I will make their disdain serve me.
Of course.
We are the archmage Graft. What are you? Godlike. Credible. Conspicuous. Your vessel essence is compatible with Lengrath's song. Now you will accept our excrescence.
Casita, I know that you enjoy new experiences from time to time, but this thing wants to infest you, replace you, make you into a mushroom. Just thought I'd make that clear in case there was any confusion.
A term that refers to an unusual growth. It wants to make you part of itself.
Lengrath must spread, must carry on the old tradition. We must grow. Your vessel is satisfactory. Your soil, appropriate. Maura, archmage. She fled us after we tried to categorize her with Lengrath, and locked herself behind a stone door to the south. A spell opened the way for her, and we did not follow. In her haste, she dropped her book. The masked pretender followed close behind. When Lengrath is shared, it is a communion. Yes, something of the collections that reeked of magic and dead soil. Waylaying it was not our desire. We have seen the harm it can inflict. It has no place among us. Questions are a spoilage of energy. Once you submit to Lengrath, we will claim what we lost as a water tax. We know we are Lengrath. Lengrath is a thought vine stretching between gardens, and our roots have touched his oldest song. Unproductive to debate with a vessel. You will understand shortly when your song joins ours.
What can I do?
A grafted soul is obscured from the sight of the gods. It spreads freely like a blood fever, but doesn't kill its host. No, I will be a fever of the spirit. Invisible, unstoppable, eternal.
I'd be glad to. Indeed.
Ready to brawl?
What can I do? I've got it.
The elf. His grimoire like a clumsy initiate.
As you wish. Next. That hit true.
Yes?
I'm here.
Will do.
Absolutely.
We got trouble, folks.
Stand together. Vidorio. Nothing I can do. Something's wrong with me.
No good.
Means you got the decency to...
That's not very helpful.
Let's go. Moe, Ixie, almost.
Nothing I can do. At once.
of that hagfish you carry. Dispose of it at once.
The trees of Air Glanfath possess souls as strong as any kith, and their entangled roots extend for miles. But dig beneath any of them, follow those roots, and you'll see they don't end, but lead to a neighbor. They're many souls sharing one body. Why shouldn't willing kith be able to do the same?
Who do we have here?
I've got nothing.
This did nothing. Weak.
Yes? I'd be glad to.
The Circle hides much from the people of Aora and calls it altruism. I wonder if we haven't made a mistake.
I don't think it's right. Me? I like to leave it all out in the open. Except my secrets and my dreams. No one should ever know about those.
We agree on that, at least.
What you want, ground stink? Huh? Dumb gravel stink need new drugs. Something stronger. Something uglier. New drugs ready for sampling. Sleep well, idiot. You want baubles? You give me coin, you get all the baubles you want.
Tane has asked something of you. And you accepted. How terribly large-hearted of you. Forgive me my assumption, then. Word of your good deeds precedes you. What Tane asks of you appears a mercy, but it's only a selfish attempt to bolster his reputation. He's a devious child who delights in making the rest of us clean up his messes.
A quality common to archmages, it seems.
I have seen educated professionals trigger disasters that rival any mess Tane could produce out of ignorance. But point taken.
I'd say I resent the comment, but you're not wrong. Many of the poor souls held captive here have been so for decades. Anyone they knew is likely dead, their old lives gone. To return them to the world with nothing is a cruelty. The gods only know what havoc these broken people will wreak with the information Tane intends to give them. Lay their souls to rest. Return them to the wheel. All things die. Death is the keystone of the natural order. It's no more extreme than birth. Another chance at life through death is a far greater mercy than relegation to suffering through a dull shade of the lives they once knew. Is it not mercy to let an abused soul move on to a better existence, one free of the memory of the suffering they survived here? That's all I ask. This scroll will aid you. You need only read the incantation scribed upon it, preferably in a place where all may hear it. Their deaths will be swift and painless. I do hope you didn't breathe in any of those fungal spores. Gods only know what havoc they may wreak on your lungs and other systems. What a curious tome. May I see it? I'll be but a moment. Intriguing. I can't tell if this is a bit of hand occult chicanery or something more enticing. Did it now? That's very curious indeed. A compelling vision, but hardly definitive. Tread cautiously. This place is no doubt full of unseen hazards.
Indeed.
We can trust nothing we see, and see nothing we trust.
Wild does love their illusions.
Maybe they keep their best books at the top of the library. Shall we?
We should never have accepted your backwards kind among the Circle.
You cannot kill me. There are rules.
It's Maura. But who is that she's speaking with?
I doubt the capacity of a wizard without a grimoire to enforce rules.
The Circle would crash upon you like the breaking wrath of Ungati herself.
The forces at work here are older than the Circle. Not to mention that the Circle seems to have forgotten me here. Forgotten even who I am.
You think they won't find out? That they won't come for you? They're the most powerful individuals in Aeora.
How do you think they'll fare against the Titan of WoW? Let them come. The late arrivals, then. Allies of Maura, I presume. Tools of the Circle?
This one holds himself with a measure of authority. I don't like it.
Be on your guard. This man is a wizard.
Name yourself, then. Out with it now. Do you think me a fool? Meerwald is the Watcher of Cadnua, for whatever good that ruined hovel has done him. Years? Years, then. Maura spoke true after all. Little matter. Allow me an idle moment's curiosity. Have you heard of the archmage Fion Ledge? You truly do not recognize me. Then the effect is not localized. Neither limited to mine own mind, nor to Maura's. Unless, perhaps, could the Hand Occult have developed some manner of contagion? My apologies. It's all rather disorienting. So let's not leave you to complicate matters further.
I knew it would come to this eventually.
Farewell, Watcher of Cadnua.
Son of a cur!
Kara, where is it? I've searched every other chamber in this godforsaken isle. The sacrifice must be here. I will find it. I will satisfy their god's damned device. It will grant me access to the body. And then, it's merely a matter of adapting the summoning. The foreign god will fall, crushed by Wild's hand, by mine. And the pieces plunged into the depths. Who's there? Show yourself!
Hello again, Maura.
What can I do? Of course.
A remote corporeal projection, which means the wizard is still out there.
The body was a decoy. This does not bode well.
I've got it.
Indeed.
Archimede's library is a footnote to the glory of this collection.
One of Eora's greatest wonders, and it's infested with eyeballs. Lovely.
On it.
Not a sound.
Yes? At once.
Greetings, visitor. This is the Scriptorium. If you seek the Temple of Revelation, you will find it to the north.
We came for answers, not directions. Are you the abomination in charge here?
Much of what can be found here better remains unseen. Sight is unnecessary for the work of the Halls Obscured. Because you must. It is entry and exit. Ask what you seek. The Scriptorium was recently breached by one of the subjects from the collections. There is nothing to be concerned about, but it might impact the demeanors of those present here. How else might I help you? Perhaps, if the wizard has procured a mask for himself, did you encounter him? I'm afraid not. The individual in question's record has been expunged. He no longer exists.
A wizard of his standing is not so easily removed from history. Much like a tumor, bits of him are no doubt everywhere.
Postenago, it doesn't work that way. Records, ledgers, all of this is just scribbles, an expression, not the thing itself.
I'm afraid that I did not ask her. She was working at the Trephine. She respects our work, so the Oracle allows her limited access to the archives and Scriptorium. They have established an accord.
You hear this? Never trust an archmage. They will conspire with anyone or anything if it serves their interests.
The Oracle of Well. They manage the halls in the name of he who sees and is not seen. If the Oracle wishes to commune with you, they will do so. Of the Scriptorium, in a manner of speaking. Of the Halls Obscured? No. That would be the Oracle. I will provide what answers I can. We record what occurs within the halls. Whereas the wings contain those things redacted from the world above, the Scriptorium keeps the history of the halls themselves. The archives contain the sum whole of the historical record of Aora, both the original drafts and the edits.
Take care that you do not confuse the two. I have my doubts about the quality of a blind librarian's record-keeping.
Further, they contain a number of unusual and interesting artifacts. I believe that we are in possession of one of the warrior Riona's boots. The collections store those individuals and creatures determined to be detrimental to Aora and the work of the gods. Rather than allow the redacted materials to go to waste, we revise and anthologize, occasionally releasing amended texts. A womb, perhaps, but not the fetus. The Hand Occult no more possesses a center than Well does.
Even their organization has tentacles. No matter how many limbs we cut, there is always something unspeakable to grow in its place.
Decades. I would have to consult the records to provide a more precise answer. Her interests lay in the arcane applications of the Titan. The Oracle has determined that her studies benefit Well.
This Oracle would not have approved of Maura unless she had something to exploit.
That is hardly comforting.
How else might I help you? The Titan rests beneath the facility. Its ties to the Halls Obscured have grown extensive over time. Of course, as are you, as am I.
Those of us who can see where we're going have a slight advantage over you, Sere.
Indeed. What can I do? Indeed.
I'm sure that bodes well.
We are not finished here, Tane. Do you understand? The imps report you've taken care of the fungal infestation in the archives. That's one less concern on my mind. Well done. Have you made any headway in locating our wayward archmage? Damn it. She was a brilliant wizard, but always so reckless with her life. I wish... well, I pray she grows wiser on her next turn about the wheel. How could this have happened? Not at all. You're saying this Fion Ledge is responsible for Maura's death? He's yet another concern for us to keep in mind, then.
While you were on Maura's trail, we've learned a bit more about our unusual environs.
Certainly not from exploring them himself. How much can he learn from the lobby?
A finger of the Hand Occult has kept this place going with a skeleton crew of librarians, archivists, and muscle. But they aren't the ones controlling the body. Something else is running the halls obscured independently, doing a decent job of it.
Your definition of what constitutes decency is dubious at best.
Well, these halls are more lively than most of the abandoned sanctums I've visited. Something here is invested in maintaining old projects. Whoever they are, they haven't seen fit to show their face.
Stay on task, Tane. Regardless of how interesting this sanctum's keepers may be, we must deal with Wal's body first. Given Maura's proclivities, your best option is likely to be...
As you...
A whirling vortex of essence twists within the pool. It does not stir the water around it in the slightest. Langrath and Tane watch you from afar, the latter's expression bright with undisguised curiosity. Langrath's countenance, on the other hand, remains characteristically guarded. Its cold, dusky energy feels somehow familiar, but you're unable to identify it, or what might be causing it.
Looks like water to me.
Unusual arcane energy emanates from the pool. If the Watcher can see it, I suspect it's some form of window into the divine realms.
That was my second guess.
Feels real old and quiet, Watcher. Like a doorway to an ancient tomb.
You see something there? Then it must have to do with the fabric of reality. Or else you have eaten something which did not agree with you.
It reaches back towards you. Tendrils of soul energy interlacing with the prodding edges of your own spirit. The coils of essence tighten, grasping at your soul, pulling at you as you've pulled the souls of others. Your vision blurs as the in-between leaks into your perception of the here. The walls, the pool, everything of the Temple of Revelation runs like water, sloughing away and melting into the empty blackness of the in-between. Not quite empty, no. The fleshy, undulating tendrils of the body of Wow remain, almost aglow in the darkness.
You see, but are also seen, as is your trespass.
Ah, another involuntary invitation to another world. And I'm to assume this eyeball is to blame?
Certainly ain't the kind of eyes a gal wants to get lost in.
Do not listen to this walking nightmare. It is an illusion baiting us to lunge at shadows.
What are you, interloper? Obviously. That is not the knowledge we seek. You intrude upon the resting place of WoW and soil these collections with your filthy fingers. We would know. Are you one more wizard in pursuit of unearned power? Or something other? Death's touch finds no welcome in these halls.
Tell it to Maura, you witless pawn.
You have proven yourself a murderer and a thief. We cannot allow you to enter the body, nor to visit harm upon it. Your destructive trespass within these halls cannot be forgiven. Farewell.
Yeah? Blessings be upon you!
Unacceptable! You disrupt our precious library, spoil our artifacts, and yet expect release? We should... Fine! Go! We release you! Interfere no further!
And be quick about it, Ak, before we give you another black eye.
Go! Flee! Escape! Abscond! Issue forth!
You okay there? Looking a little rough around the edges.
I suppose I should have expected Wal would leave something behind to guard this place. For now, you must investigate the collections. So long as a rogue mage runs loose in this place, Aora remains in grave danger.
Certainly.
A familiar, shrill nattering disturbs my peace. Could that be Consul hot at your heel?
I heal for no one, parasite. Does your whimsical fabrication of undeath still amuse you? Or are you ready to surrender to the only true immortal among us?
No less charming a skull than you were a lich. Your dependability is a constant comfort to me, Consul Hart. Speak your mind. Very well.
You didn't lose the scroll, did you? Because I didn't make a copy. Do you need one? Lengrath sure sounded eager to talk, and you were keen to listen. Had a lot to say to each other. Was it about me? Is that all? Wizards and their books. I'll never understand it. Did you say what kind of books? Like journals or maybe grimoires? Naturally, of course. Isn't that always the way? That whatever she told you, she's probably lying.
It takes one to know one, but that only proves his point.
If I were you, I'd stay suspicious. Lengrath wouldn't give you all the facts if it concerned her past. Or, you know, the past of the ones who came before her. You do that. If you do manage to find those books, consider bringing them to me first. Always helps to have a second pair of eyes. I'd be surprised if most of the Hand even knows that this place exists. They want the world to think they write travel guides and circulate pamphlets of local history. It gets shady when you read past the margins. Things don't always add up. Not even the Hand could tell you which facts they edited for convenience's sake, which ones they spelled out, and which ones they spelled wrong. And this could be where it all happens. If they ever had one, you can bet they've changed it a dozen times over the years. Anyone who wants to control information on that scale wants to engineer society. Whatever they plan on doing with that power, you can bet they'll lose control over it in the end. You don't keep something like a society constrained to just one vision.
Some speak of the Hand Occult as hyper-competent masters of four-dimensional Hazatoa, when they know of them at all. In truth, the Hand's operations are haphazard and ill-executed. We know they exist because they inevitably leave evidence of their work wherever they go. That they succeed in spite of themselves is hardly evidence of the Hand's competence.
Amateurs. Time and again, their agents showed up at my doorstep and wormed their way into my confidence, hoping to sabotage my research. I sent them home with bags of their own teeth, as a parting reminder that my time is precious and my patience thin.
That is a head-scratcher. I suppose the solution is to be skeptical. You have to ask yourself, how much do you trust anything in a book? Does a story become more true because someone paused to write it down? I should really charge for discourse this engaging.
Postenago, you couldn't pay me to listen.
If we're to be indulging outsized egos, I'd rather listen to Isilmir's prattle.
Ask away. You know me, I'm an open book with plenty of pictures.
You return with news, I hope. Very well.
How about that?
I remember nothing. Only the anthem.
This whole Sanctum is a factory of screams.
In the name of Gone, shut up already!
I shall.
As a bump on a pickle.
Rather difficult to concentrate.
What can I do? Certainly. Hit me again and I'll hit you back. What can I do?
That's it!
I'm here. Gone, darn it! What can I do? At once. Indeed. Could be trouble. Yes? What can I do? Certainly.
The stars are all wrong up there. I have to make them right again. Stars shooting past on all sides, weaving across the great void.
Casita, I know this prisoner, Bekarna. She presented her research to the Circle, but of course they laughed her out into the streets.
You know me? I don't even know me. I think that's my name. I only know it because I found it stitched in my sleeve. Whenever I forgot who I was, my orrery used to remind me. I don't know where to find it now. Lost. Lost among the stars. You found it? The house where stars pull in glass. I don't know this sky. It doesn't have my stars. Can you help me find the sky again?
Her mind is broken. She cannot speak in plain terms, but her grasp on metaphor seems pretty sound.
Those are my words, but not my stars.
Wrong book, I think. Maybe something with charts and pretty pictures will calm her down.
This sky. The stars are all wrong up there. I have to make them right again. This prison hides understanding. Words are chained down. I am wrong inside. Only the stars can make me right again. A big hand snatched me away.
More metaphors. I can think of only one hand that fits the description.
I learned a secret. A real big one, or maybe just the beginning of one. The hand didn't like that. Great big hand. This place. One finger, yes? Many hands. Many fingers.
Despicable. How many brilliant minds have they destroyed in service of their mission?
The stars can help me. The stars are stability, ideas organized into patterns, predictable, comforting. If you can find the stars, you can find me.
Indeed.
Can you make the stars right again?
I see great potential in you, Shoti.
Who do we have?
Oh, Ixie! Oh, nothing I can do.
Lava! Be on sea!
That was about as useful as a bump on a pickle.
Lava! Be on sea!
Me and you are about to mix.
I was chewing through Cadnua's foundation long before Aothas finished the job.
Let's go. Careful. Oh no.
Yeah!
I'm here.
Be on sea!
What can I do? I'd be glad to. Happily.
Some kind of Vithrak dumbwaiter. Perhaps we can make use of it.
You intend to put us in this sack, don't you?
Colony wouldn't have spread this far unless it was put to good use.
Oh, no. No. Taxed to my limit.
Go on! Stay with
A curious collection. Do the Vithrak here think it's trash or treasure, I wonder?
I must focus.
This is futile! Careful!
I'm here. I'm all right. I'm here. Of course. Certainly. I've got it. I'll try my... Happily.
Unfolds his grimoire like a clumsy initiate.
Oh, clumsy Kithy, disturb the web. Capture the interlopers.
A free Kithling stalks the nest, thoughtlessly killing Sisak's clutch. What is this one's purpose? Sisak asks. The Kithling speaks properly, but its thoughts are clumsy, knotted weavings in Sisak's mind ear. No. The Kithling will use mouth sounds. Sisak will listen with his body ear. The Kith is a meal escaped from the Hoarder's nest. This one should have thought as much. Tender, juicy intruder cannot leave. Sisak must end its trespass. The contract says. The Kith seems confused. Sisak will humor it. The sightless eye watches over Sisak's clutch, loves Sisak's clutch, gives this one fruitful layings and sweetest, juiciest morsels to eat. In exchange, Sisak kills the Kith intruders. But soon, Sisak's clutch will leave. This one needs only wait until the Hoarder is grown thick and strong and screaming. Sisak's progenitor even signed stupid, flimsy Kith paper that says so. The Kith waves about the dead beast skin with much enthusiasm. Let Sisak read it, yes. The undersigned, and all successive generations thereof, do solemnly agree to protect this sanctum in perpetuity. But Sisak gets to leave. This one's progenitor told him, promised him they only need wait a few more generations. This stupid paper says we must stay? No!
This ain't right, Watcher. There's something we can do to help.
This one's clutch will no longer trouble the Kith. Sisak is grateful to the interloper for showing his clutch the true reading. Maybe they are not so smelly after all. You have only delayed your death. Next time, I will secure a body that lasts.
On it.
Careful. It only looks like a machine.
I don't particularly care for any of the gods, but I might care for WoW the least.
If you insist.
Ever wonder what happened to your old pets, Watcher?
Always nice to see a friendly face, even if it doesn't have any skin on it.
I despise you, Tane. If I had hands, I would wring your scrawny neck. That goes for everyone in earshot. What a filthy, disorganized hovel. You have no basis on which to judge me, simpleton. I've seen what you carry. Ugh. I have forgotten how much I detest mortal company. The stench alone is unbearable. We have nothing to discuss, you insipid pustule. I have found more competent sea captains floating face down in watery graves. What would you like to know? It will swallow you like a piece of half-chewed gristle, depositing you where you belong atop a divine dung heap. Beyond that, I know little.
Would you look at that? Consul Hot, the All-Knowing, finds a blind spot in his education.
Underestimating me would be your greatest mistake, apprentice. One that I will not stop you from making. Our mission? If you presume to imagine that we have similar goals, allow me to correct your catastrophic error in judgment.
Oh, fantastic. You've wound him up again.
We have only one thing in common. We both want you to die. Isn't it obvious? The way you launch yourself into peril at every turn? These are the actions of one who has lived too long, wandered too far, and willingly climbs to the precipice of oblivion. Self-annihilation is the most natural ambition a sentient mind can achieve. And when you find yours, I will be there to cheer you on.
You sure you don't want me putting him in my lantern?
I will be listening, Watcher. I always am. And when my time comes, you will pray for the indignity of bobbing in my shadow. No. Yours will be a more horrible fate. That is a promise.
I miss that guy. It's not like that. We're good friends. We just disagree on everything.
Your chaotic orb is amateurish folly. Any half-wit can lose control of a spell and be delighted by its unpredictable consequences. Your career should have been consigned to the waste bin of history before it even began.
That's our consulate, right? You old trickster.
Did you know you reek of that hagfish you carry?
Well, if you insist. There you go. Indeed. I'll try my best. Hope that helps. Of course.
A construct regulator. Arkmir tried to build one himself, but neither of us wanted to cut its nails or trim its fur.
We got trouble, folks.
Hit me again and I'll hit you back. Oh, that's for my friends.
Easy on. Gone, darn it!
Indeed.
sanctum to some, a slaughterhouse to others.
Death be too kind for these thrice-damned bastards, Cap.
Indeed. You didn't mean it.
This did nothing.
Yes. Right between the eyes. It's all right. It happened. Of course. I'd be glad to. Happily.
I think not. Only beyond secret.
Was that necessary? Happily.
This facility never lacked for raw material to experiment on.
Don't think about it, Captain. Don't look in their eyes. Ishi, come to Mama.
Trespasser! Are you here to save us?
Casita, we have had this abomination before. It is the voice of the collections, the very mouth of madness.
You must be here to save us! You see, without dreaming. Release us! See without seeing. Sin. Silence or be silenced!
expected to find the jailer of this sorry institute, but it seems we've only found another prisoner.
Just tell me which face to aim at, Captain.
Boudica's ashy old Cap. Mayhaps we ought to be putting the poor bastards out of their misery.
I say we guide them to the light.
You have to help! We're trapped in here! You have seen what cannot be unseen! But trying! Why don't you understand? There is no salvation. Only plaintive cries attend this charnel pits. Dream forever, sleeper!
The entity collapses in a pile of wrinkled flesh and gaping maws, expiring with an expulsion of fetid breath from deep within. Essence flows around you, and a voice echoes at the edge of hearing.
Truly. That's the Titan's key. But that's... it's preposterous!
Within the flow of souls, you find the gem-like sparkle of something precious. Something core to the creature. Or to something consumed by the creature. It slips into you. With sudden clarity, you see a vast orifice blooming open. Blood-slick tendrils unfurling from its depths. Stairs rise from within Wow's titanic body, called by a specific memory pulsing within. Sacrificed to. A machine set among shelves of innumerable books. The vision fades, leaving you shaken. You now know exactly how to operate the Trefine in the scriptorium. The very memory that it requires. Your voice echoes in the darkness.
The screams have ended, but the ringing in my ear remains.
Finally, some peace of mind.
That foul soul rot be more cleared up now than not.
Yes? Certainly.
Better you than me. Once this is behind us, remind me to shake down Bertenno for those damned gloves. Wait. You return them?
You're one to talk. For me, it was always about Maura. The fringe benefits were secondary, at best.
Yet the deeper we delve into the Hall's obscured, the more your motives unravel.
Better break this up. It can only get ugly. Uglier.
Tane, I believe you were about to call me irresponsible, or was it greedy? Remind me.
I came here to pull Maura, our friend, out of a bad situation. At first, I assumed that you had showed up for the same reason, but I won't make that mistake again. Now I know better. You're just as petty and self-interested as anyone in the Circle.
Your sudden sanctimony is curious. Maura's dead, and with her your reason for being here. So why do you remain? Unless rescuing Maura was never your goal. Perhaps your motives and hers are more closely aligned than you led me and the Watcher to believe.
Apologies, Watcher. These are Circle problems, and they'll be kept between Circle wizards for the moment.
Let's set aside the question of Maura for now. A larger problem looms. We cannot allow Wal's Titan body to live. It's simply too dangerous a temptation. We must destroy it.
The only thing you'd be destroying is opportunity. Did it never occur to you that maybe Wal wanted his body to be found so that it could help those of us with the imagination to use it? As cruel as this sanctum can be, I have a soft spot for that old bucket of eyeballs. I wouldn't want to disappoint our host by leaving empty-handed. Len, it sounds like the Watcher has heard enough from you and me. We'd only hurt our cause by pressing the matter.
Don't let Tane manipulate you to further his own impulsive, foolishly optimistic ends.
Foolish optimism has never failed me in the past. At least my plan keeps things interesting.
My plan keeps us alive.
I don't know how her dragons have the patience. Oh, you're still here. Len and I have our disagreements from time to time. I guess that's to be expected wherever the Circle is concerned. Hey, you've done some good work by us. Kept yourself busy. Don't you worry about Len. We'll have our differences sorted out in no time, and we'll be the best of pals. That's a guarantee from Tane. Freedom is long overdue for those poor wretches in the collections. Now they're leaving the nest, ripe with ideas and new potential. My little thought bombs are all grown up. Of course I did. This was for everyone. Don't you know that? The Hand Occult uses this place to rewrite history, obscure the truth, and spin fiction into reality. Now, we've turned their own weapons against them. I wrote a fringe benefit into our spell. The prisoners who knew too much might feel extra talkative once they return to society. Secrets which the Hand wanted obscured will be brought to light. All it took was sipping a few motes of power from Wal's body. Definitely not. Extremely unlikely. I suppose anything's possible.
Don't act so surprised. I did warn you.
No need to be glum. Whatever scheme the Hand Occult wanted to accomplish here, we've set it back. All kinds of secrets. Wars that should or shouldn't have started. Scandals. The kinds of things you learn from peering through the wrong keyhole. Not knowing is the real fun of the thing. I'm not saying it was. Theirs might be a carefully organized plan to steer us toward a better future by embellishing some facts and obscuring others. Can you say you've met a single person who deserves that kind of authority? I sure can't. and I'm Tane. Oh, would it have been more fun if you knew everything from the start? Nah. Besides, we're standing in the shadow of WoW. I don't think I could have told the whole truth if I wanted to. You're too hard on yourself. Did you forget how many people you helped today? Because I haven't. I found these beauties tucked away and thought you might give them a good home. There were more at first, but I lost a few to a juggling accident.
When the wheel has ground you all to dust, only I will remain.
Destroyer. The beginning of many a successful conversation.
Wasted effort. That could be enough. Stand together. Sorry. Stand together. Where is she? Yes? I'm here. I'd be glad to.
Someone should have killed this stuff with fire before it reached the books.
Indeed.
Perfecto, it's done. And there's no lingering doubt to torment us later.
Seems like nothing lives here for long. Best it can do is survive a while.
At once.
A limb may be grafted from one tree to the trunk of another, and in time, they'll bear sweeter fruit together than either might have alone. Mightn't it be possible, then, to graft the scion soul to the rootstock of a willing kith? The souls wouldn't fracture, but coalesce. They'd grow stronger together.
My realm.
How quaint. Another imp with delusions of grandeur.
Could be trouble.
See that itching? Nothing.
You didn't mean
Barupion sick.
Everything hurts. Sorry. Shut your mouth.
As you would, you only miss blood when it's gone.
Me too.
I see great potential in you, Shoti.
must focus on the task at hand. You found them all! On in one volume, too! What a weight that is off my mind! I know they're little more than trinkets after the gift you've given me. But please, take these. I must focus on the task at hand.
What a fancy little gentleman. Can we dress it up? Oh, I wonder what it eats.
What you want, ground stink? Got something you want to forget, huh? Want to escape? Go live in dreams? New drugs ready for sampling. Sleep well, idiot.
Can you make the stars right again? Would you look at that? Everything slowed down and all the noise in my head went quiet. Thank you. And thank you, friend. I have not forgotten your kindness after the circle was so cruel to me.
I gave you a cup of tea. That is no excuse to pour at me like a grateful kitten.
I must find my way to the surface, or the closest thing to it. Once I am safe, we can speak more again, Huck. Sientere, but I will answer them another time. I'm eager to fly from this cage. I will see you soon, my friend. Did you need something?
Madiko, has she lost her mind again already?
Of course. You're the one who gave me back the stars. Sientere, I'm just not myself outside of the observatory. You don't need to worry about me. Even if I might not always know your face, there's a place in my memory where the idea of you resides. If that makes sense. Before I forget, again, here, some things I picked up on my way back from the collections. It's not much, but it's all I could scrounge together. I never touch this stuff. They give me bad dreams. I lost more than my senses in this place. The collections takes everything from people.
everything that matters. You've covered a lot of ground, so it can't hurt to ask. Have you seen my grimoire?
I lost my grimoire once. Arkemir poured honey on the pages and left it on the roof for gulls to pick over. I think he was punishing me for smacking around his favorite imp.
When I got here, someone without a face ripped him out of my clutches. I've been worried sick ever since. My little book friend. We've been through a lot together, and we both have the creases to show for it. His spine is a little bent, and my index a few pages short. But together we make one half-decent wizard up.
Wizards and their eccentricities. Something about Arcana must drive all Kith to madness.
Agrasima, I know that finding one specific book in this disorganized library is a tall order. In this place, books tend to flow through the archives. I would go there myself, but I cannot fight the faceless ones holding any grimoire but my own.
One of these days you must learn. A wizard must be adaptable, Ak.
The stars shine down on us always, but we hardly know them at all. Until we can look them in the face, they are a mystery to rival the gods. The stars remind me of my smallness in the wider world. Our wars and our bloodshed, everything which causes us to raise a blade in anger, seem insignificant when you hold them up to starlight. For me, magic is the same, humbling. We organize that power into runes and books, but even then we are only seeing the light that magic casts, not the thing itself. I suppose I'm inspired by the unbearable size and mystery of it all. It gives me hope in sad times.
I get a similar feeling after my morning tea, but you will not hear me waxing poetic about it.
That island lies in some disputed waters. One day, Rautai launched the colony ship to fortify the beaches, and the Valians responded in kind with a naval blockade. Onekaza held an open court to negotiate territory rights. I was the only petitioner who did not represent one of her enemies, and she thought it would be very funny if the trading companies left empty-handed. She even helped me finance the observatory and donated 10 crates full of books. We have been good friends ever since. Onekaza visits whenever she can make the time. She loves to stargaze. Thank you for coming back to me. And thank you, Watcher. Now I have 2 friends, and I feel richer than ever. This is it. Now I remember how I got involved in this mess. I was searching for a celestial catalyst.
She thinks she can draw power from a fallen star. Tonderi, a waste of time. I cannot help but respect her ambition. I always assumed something like this was beyond me.
My mother taught me that you cannot hit a moon unless you aim for the stars. Give it a try sometime, Fasina. I have been researching the properties of wayward stars. If my findings pan out, a piece of one may be the last component I need to scribe my first spell. That and my book friend here. I know that a star fell on the Black Isles recently. A brilliant purple rock streaked across the sky and landed in this area. The only trick is finding it. Once I have the metal and complete my spell, I'll see to it that you are the second person in all the world to wield its power.
If you had started your tale by explaining how it would benefit us, we would have agreed to it by now.
There is much left unanswered about their power. Stars do not visit Aurora very often. For that reason alone, not many wizards bother to study them. I am just one wizard with a telescope, but I have speculated that there is life among the stars, and its energy reaches out to us from time to time. Knowing the circle, it will not be so simple. It could take years. Even Consul Hoth had to fight for his acceptance.
Save your breath, my dear. The Circle is nothing but a gathering of old crooks dodging taxes by posturing that they care for some nebulous, unachievable greater good.
All the same, I am determined to try. The hall is obscured like a magpie on the hunt for shiny things. We are more likely to find the celestial catalyst here than anywhere else in the archipelago. Then we are well paired. A Gracima watcher. The keepers of this prison might not permit you to take the star metal. If you must harm someone to claim it, make it quick. Ak? I spotted a shooting star in the skies over the Black Isles. So brilliant and bright. I sent mercenaries to find it, but heard nothing back for some time. Weeks later, their leader reported back to the observatory, but he was wrong on the inside. Like his mind was not his own. I blasted him with everything I had, but he dragged me screaming into that prison. There was something about my research the Hand Occult wanted to hide. They never told me what it was. Sad to say that difficulties of the mind are nothing new for me. Some months ago, a spell backfired, and I need a little help to recall myself from time to time. But that shrieking from the collections, that was different. It wipes you clean. Whole days passed where it took everything I had just to remember to breathe. I think my accident was the only reason I had any mind left to recover. There was some part of me up here that the screams never reached. The collections must have claimed the mercenaries. More test subjects for their vile experiments. Every day the keepers threw more bodies down into the pit, or fed them alive and screaming to the worm dog. Ask away, Amica. I have no urgent plans. Ak, but you are generous to look. Falling stars are elusive on the best of days, even when they sit still.
You want baubles? You give me coin, you get all the baubles you want. Can't read, dumb ground stink. You forget, eh? You forget? You want imp spray? You want it so badly, eh? Here, you collect it. Enjoy spray, ground stink. First one's free. Lots more where that came from. Maybe because dumb ground stinks keep buying it? Didn't know ground stink Watcher loved imp spray so much. Yum yum! Sprinkle on eggs for tasty spice, eh?
I can't do it.
Insufferable.
Indeed.
You first, Ishi.
How novel.
I would join you down there, but I've got this, fear of being digested. You understand.
No worse than climbing a mast, huh?
Happily.
Locked the god form's ducts and descended into the chambers below.
We must follow. The body would not harm those who care for it.
The body is not responsible for this wizardry. Return from the canal is recommended.
Fuck me sideways. Be watching your steps, huh?
Indeed.
The screams. All have ceased. All is silence.
Ready to brawl?
Stand together! Yes. At once. I'm all right. Stand. Yeah. That hit true. I'm here. As you wish. Take this.
Mow it. What can I do you for?
Of course.
I hear you.
I think not.
Be careful.
Yeah!
You see that, Ishi?
Nothing.
Sigma's me tomb.
Lavaru beyond. Perfecto, it's done. And there's no lingering doubt to torment us later.
Seemed kinda sickly, didn't it?
Everything hurts, savvy?
Indeed. Of course. What can I do? Happily. Indeed.
Take a brush to that pirate of yours before he sheds his fur all over my face.
Together, work on the rock!
Me and you are about to mix. What can I do? I'm here. I'd be glad to. We got trouble, folks.
This is nothing. Work on the rock!
Of course. At once.
I recognize this. Star metal. Arkemir had a few samples lying around, though they did not glow as brightly as this one. He shunned celestial research, tossed out any studies of the sky that crossed his desk, but it wasn't doubt or disagreement that irked him. No, he acted like he was afraid of something.
Ready to brawl? Oh, hell! That's for my friends. Take hold out. Right between the eyes. Oh, Ixie. Lost the lad.
You didn't mean it. Yes? Of course. Absolutely. Remember you. This is the one.
I didn't see you cast any spell. How could you even know this?
Stand back, Watcher. I have waited so long for this moment. Not even gratitude will slow me down. A moment, Watcher. I doubt I could forget the words if I lived to be 1,000, but let me write them down where they belong.
The Circle doesn't deserve talent like hers.
There. Bekarna's midnight daydream. Not a bad ring to it, huh? Keep this as a memento, my friend. A nice statement piece for the dinner table. That hum of power is relaxing in the palm of your hand, no? It channels starlight into a living ball, inspiring and motivating all that it touches before dispersing back into the ether. As spells go, it is a little tough to control. but maybe not bad for a first start. I feel as if I have climbed a long and winding staircase, opened the door at the top, and found a polished spyglass waiting for me. Now I have the entire sky to still explore. I do not know what comes next, but I am pleased to have come this far, especially with good company. For now, I want to spend some time with my book and my observatory, and a well-deserved cup of tea. Before you go, a parting gift. You have done enough for me that I owe you more than a roll of parchment. I happened upon this friendly-looking book while you were out looking for the star metal. And here there is a blank page, like it was waiting for us. May you do great things with it. Thanks to you, I have remembered much, and learned more than I could ever forget. A Grasimer Watcher. This would have been extremely unlikely without good friends.
You give us too much credit for something you figured out alone. Bask in that achievement and let me know how it feels, Ak.
Happily.
There we are, friend. Open up now and receive me. Watcher of Cadnua, Herald of Bereth, Dusk Speaker. I'm afraid that I, cannot allow you to interfere. We've come entirely too close to turn away now. I was forgetting myself long before I entered the Titan, but through the Titan, I can restore me. Communion. All of the knowledge in these halls, all of the memories, it all descends, flowing into this titanic form. The me, too, that we were before. I feel it there, pulsing like a heart. It's your story that ends here, I'm afraid. And none shall remember it. You recall everything. Everything we've ever known. Everything we've never known. You recall young Fionledge, promising apprentice of the Sheathwood. Indomitable Fionledge, the Arcane Knight. Fionledge the Unspoiled, archmage of the Circle. Fionledge, wake of the Hand Occult. All knew us for the spells that bore our name, if nothing else. Fionledge's Wall of Flames, Fionledge's wall of many colors. Fionledge's pristine barrier.
Perfetto. Now he's upset as well as unstable.
No! We will be remembered! We demand the recognition we have earned. We will not be silenced. Well will not bury us as they did the ones who came before. You don't believe the Engwithans were first, do you? Or alone? You already know of the Juana. There were others. Engwith established global influence, not eternal dominion. We cannot allow your egress. Too many secrets taint you as they tainted Fionledge. You must be purified.
Who do we have here?
What can I do? Yes, move. Easy on. Son of a cur! Give me a hand here. What can I do you for?
as a bump on a pickle.
Interloper, your presence blights and disease.
Alias feathered arse. It'd be like a ship at sea. Except the ship be our minds and the sea the bastards dying.
Interloper. You succeed only in prolonging your own suffering, your ignorance.
That is our choice to make, Fiend, not yours.
Purify everything in its place.
Oh, hello. We didn't see you there.
Like stars across the night sky, the darkness splits into 100 eyes of different shapes, sizes, and colors. Wow.
We recognize you. Barrett's Herald, if we're not mistaken. Oh, you. As delightful as ever. It's strange, though. We find that we were just not thinking about you for the first time in, well, in some time. Where exactly might you be? Oh, that does not seem at all correct. We are quite certain, or fairly certain at least, moderately certain, certainly, that we killed our terrestrial body just as we promised we would. Not that we're above the occasional bent to truth. But we don't recall not killing our body, and that really seems the sort of thing that we'd remember. Not in the slightest, though it does sound like something we would do. We wonder if the Lady of Lament may be having a spot of fun with us. We didn't think the old fish had it in her. Absence of evidence provides no evidence of absence. No, this hardly seems her style. We suspect she'd have simply sent this place to the bottom of the sea. Perhaps, though, no, surely not. But what if? Well, it certainly would delight us. Perhaps, dear Herald, we hid our body from ourselves. How terribly perverse of us. And thoroughly irresponsible. When we hide something from ourselves, we hide it from the world. The world forgets about it. It forgets about itself. And how are you feeling, dear Herald of Berith? How unsanitary. But now we're left with a conundrum. What to do? What to do with this overgrown sack of me? That's so charmingly naive, Herald. You don't truly believe that, do you? No, we think we'll simply forget about it again. That seemed to be working well enough.
Wow's eyes look among one another, exchanging thoughtful glances.
Yes, but how often does history repeat itself? Don't answer that. We did rather make a mess of things, didn't we? Andra did rather, and Abidan. Wurga helped. And don't get us started on Remergund. Then there's the whole Aothas affair. The oracle through whom you commune with us serves as the body's brain, so to speak. Slay it when you return, and all will unfold as you dictated.
Wild's eyes close and are gone. Your stomach lurches as the ground disappears from under you. And with a sensation like a pop somewhere deep within the recesses of your mind, you plummet back into your physical body. The air cloys at your skin, humid and warm.
Ahoy, Cap. Welcome back to the Deadfire.
Are you still with us, darling? You seemed more distracted than usual that time.
The eyeball has been watching you this whole time. I think it winked at me. Liar!
I'm here.
You're back! And a bit more alive than I anticipated. You've got some gore on you. It's just awful. Really, here, let me help.
Welcome back. You've returned in one piece. Do you hear that? Silence. Beautiful silence. Wal's Titan form is dead. and it's your doing. We no longer need fear whatever destruction it may have rained upon Aora. Well done.
I'll miss it. The shadow of Wal's horrible body has been like a second home. We could have learned so much. Now we're leaving it to rot. I'm sure you're right. As always. Just need some time with my grief.
What do you plan to do next? Enjoy yourself. You deserve a reprieve, whatever comes after this. If we don't see each other again, take care. Meeting you was a unique pleasure I won't soon forget.
Thanks for circling back, Watcher. Glad we get this little, moment to ourselves. What you did wasn't what I wanted for Wal's body, but at least you acted on what you thought was right. Plenty of people in this rotten world can't even figure that out. You did good out there. Hope you realize that. Ah, look at me getting all sentimental again. You need anything from your friend Tane, you just ask.
Once again, circumstances conspire to place you at the vanguard of important decisions, huh? Now that Wal's body is dead, we've rid ourselves of a sleeping tentacle god. Clearly you've learned your lesson at Kadnur. Maybe it isn't what I would have done, but you did pretty good. No doubt he would find some reason to rebuke my performance, but I think the point of this exercise is to show me that I no longer need his approval. If anything, accompanying you has been worth 10 apprenticeships. Bekana taught me that I should not wait for anyone's approval before chasing my dreams. From Tane, I learned that our memories define us, no matter where they come from. Lengrath showed me how there is no end to what we can learn about ourselves. The Spore Colony taught me that... No, I cannot begin to discuss it. That creature was disgusting. I learned from your example that a safe choice is preferable to living with uncertainty. You've given me a lot to consider. That much is beyond doubt. When it comes to educating myself, I am like a rodent. I can make a nest out of anything around me. We are not here to delight each other with empty pleasantries. Unless I am mistaken, you have a god to catch, trading companies to pit against each other, and an archipelago to pacify. No pressure, Casita.
I must focus on the task at hand.
So, do I look like an archmage yet? It might take a little time still. I should find some better robes. A nice tall hat, maybe.
What can I do?